Welcome everyone to Nerd of the Rings. We got a nice crowd here for the watch party. Already 1,000 people. Make sure you hit that like button, folks. So we did have a super chat, but man, it is way up there. It was from Mighty Mim. I can't remember what it said, but thank you, Mighty Mim, for the super chat. I'm scrolling all the way to the top and I still can't see it. You guys were spamming Grand, and I absolutely love it. Love it. So, how you guys feeling? Excited? Nervous? I saw someone say they're about ready to puke, so that's par for the course. Let's do a poll question. Excited? Nervous? If I could spell correctly. How you feeling? Thank you so much. Oh gosh, my pronunciations. You guys know I'm not the greatest at this. North Risend. Thank you so much for the super sticker. 80% excited, 20% nervous. That's pretty good. Okay. Fintrago, Feanor did nothing wrong. I'm gonna disagree on that. We'll disagree politely on whether Feanor did anything wrong. See, gosh, okay. This is gonna be hard for me, having seen this a couple times already, because I almost just went into some of my thoughts on a particular character depiction in the show that Feanor sprung to mind. But I'm gonna try to shut up and let you guys come up with your own thoughts, and then we'll chat about it after the watch party. I don't want to influence anybody's thoughts here. Yeah, let's see here. Feanor did something wrong. That's the trend that should be going. Hey, 1,400 people. Nice crowd. Feanor did so much wrong. Thanks for the super chat to set people straight. Oh man. Thank you, Astro Mark. D, thank you. It was nice meeting you at the NYC screening. Ready to follow you on this journey. Yeah, it'll be fun, guys. Like, I've always said, like, even if we end up getting overall a show that's not so great, like, it'll still give us a lot to talk about. Even I try not to talk about Alfred. You guys know how I feel about Alfred from those Hobbit movies. Yeah. Even that sparks some, it at the very least, it sparks some nice little digs every now and then. Tom de Bombadil, 19. Thank you so much, buddy. Another one of the fine folks that I got to meet in person for the first time in New York City. I found a Lego Gandalf statue in New York City. Like, that might be the highlight of the trip right there, is seeing a 5 foot tall, I'd say 5 foot tall Lego Gandalf. And it was a Lego Gandalf. Like, the character was Lego Gandalf made of little Legos. So a big Lego guy made out of little Legos, if that makes sense. Oh, wow. Yeah, I get this question a lot. The hat says Nerd of the Rings in Dwarvish. My buddy, you should go follow him on Twitter. It's the Dwero Scholar. He does a lot of Khuzdul and Neo Khuzdul translations, more so Neo Khuzdul, because we don't have a whole lot of the language. But he helped me come up with this. And by helped me, I mean, I told him what I wanted to say, and then he translated it for me. So that was the extent of me contributing to it, I guess you could say. But there's no word for nerd in Khuzdul, if you can imagine. It's a word that Tolkien never put in his dwarvish language. So the phrase we came up with is enthusiastic knower, which I thought was a good description of a nerd. Yeah. Oh, but you can get it at my Teespring store. Sorry, that was the second part of your question there. Notorious Chill, thanks so much for the super chat. Super excited for the premiere tonight. I'm curious to see what you guys think. That's like half the fun for me. Watching the show was fun, but the conversations afterwards were half the fun, honestly. We're going back to Middle Earth, y'all. I hope Alfred shows up. How dare you? Oh, thanks for the super chat, Fintrago. Oh, man. When does it start? That is a great question. So in about 20 minutes, the episode should drop. So we'll keep oh my gosh. And there did you just create this account? Did you just create an account so that you could come on as Alfred and give a super chat so I'd have to give a shout out? Thank you so much, Alfred, for the super chat. Oh my word. I'm Feanor, and Feanor means me. Dirk, good to see you, man. Mike Becker, thanks for the super chat. Really excited, man, about this. Oh my gosh. Terrible to see haters on your success and meeting showrunners. Anyway, peace. Yeah, man. I mean, people are gonna feel how they're gonna feel, And I'm not gonna change my thoughts on the show one way or the other, positive or negative. I've talked to people who are in the Hobbit movies and I crap on those all the time. Not crap on them. I mean, I kind of defend them more than most people, I think. But yeah, like, there's no getting around that they have problems. Like this show's not going to be perfect and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Overall, I think it's a pretty solid start to the show. And yeah, I think the thing that I've always loved about the Tolkien fandom is that we can have conversation. Like I've had so many conversations with folks who were book fans for like decades before the Peter Jackson films. And that's how I came into it, was the Peter Jackson films. So I love the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings movies. Like I said in my review, it's 10 out of 10 for me. But I understand folks who don't like it, because they get that idea of Faramir in their mind. And, that's just one of them. Believe me, there's more. But like Faramir is a big one that they don't like the characterization of him. How he is more susceptible, than he is in the books. But yeah, man, guys, I just want to encourage you all to just do you. Whatever you think about the show, that's cool. Okay, I'm not gonna try to rage at you for not seeing it my way. If you love it, great. If you don't like it, if you hate it, that's great too. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Granger Gaming became a member. Thank you so much. Will Peter Jackson eat a carrot? Asked Don Jones. Thanks for the super chat. I think he should. That'd be that actually, as far as cameos go, that would be a pretty humorous one. It would definitely be a more of a distracting cameo, I think, but it would be kind of funny. Santiago, thank you so much for the super chat. Santiago runs the Spanish version of Nerd of the Rings that we've recently launched. So if you speak Spanish, or maybe if you want to learn Spanish, a very specific kind of Spanish, which would be Tolkien related Spanish words, then you can hop over there to Nerd of the Rings Espanol or Nerd de los Anillos. I don't speak Spanish. Not very well. So I probably didn't enunciate that quite right, but you should go check it out. Is there any story or lore beyond the Lord of the Rings era? Yeah, there is a little bit, the fourth age. Um, so in the books, in the appendices especially, you'll find what happens to a lot of the characters in Lord of the Rings. So you'll find out, and I've done videos on a lot of these characters, so you'll find out, how long Aragorn lives, and like there's a beautiful story of the tale of Aragorn and Arwen, and uh, it's like it struggles with mortality. It actually like Arwen references Númenor in that because she finally understands like why they fell, and it's absolutely beautiful. So if you've never read the tale of Aragorn and Arwen, definitely go read that. But then there are some scattered notes. So I did a whole video on Tolkien's abandoned sequel that he started to write, which is very interesting. It's called The New Shadow. Um, so yeah, there's a few things, but nothing like no like major story or full book or anything like that. Lord of the Rings sickness in Dwarvish like dragon sickness. I'm not 100% sure what that means, but I appreciate the super chat. Like, is that what you thought my hat read? Maybe. All right. I'm gonna try to catch up. So just so you guys know, for super chats, like if we have super chats that come in while we're watching the show, speaking of which, thank you so much for the super sticker, Joshua Richard. Thank you, Richard, Reichard. It's probably Reichard. I'm sorry, Joshua. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, so it will be the first 2 episodes, folks, if you hadn't caught on to that. So any super chats, thank you, David, by the way. Any super chats that come in like while the show is airing, like while we're watching it together, I will circle back and we'll pick those up. And if there's too many to get to or anything like that, then we'll catch them up on like the for the next stream. But I think we'll be able to get to them all definitely afterwards. So if you guys have stuff that you send during the actual watch party, then we'll make sure we get to them. Saw it last night in theaters, loved it. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Glad to hear you liked it. So most of y'all are excited based on the poll here. Cool. Black Leaf, I'm so excited. Can't wait. Greetings from Greece. What time is it there in Greece? You must be, gosh, is that like 2 o'clock in the morning? Something like that? Do you know who it was that made all the swords and armor for the show? I do some forging as a hobby, so I thought I would ask. Thanks so much, Andrew, for the super chat. I don't know about all of them. I do know Weta Workshop was involved in some capacity with the show. Like I'm fairly certain the orc designs are theirs, but I don't know. I don't know specifically about the swords, honestly. I hope they come out with behind the scenes stuff because that's like some of my favorite stuff from the Peter Jackson films, Like those appendices are like a film school on DVD. Alfred, no, so it will not be on my screen because, copyright and I don't need to get any strikes on YouTube or anything like that. So it'll be a watch party where if you're not familiar with how this works, we'll all time it up together. So you'll need a second screen, whether it's your TV or whatever. I would recommend, having me on the phone and the show on your TV because you want to pay attention to the TV more than me. So you should have that on your bigger screen of the two. And then I'll start the stopwatch, which will be when I start my show. So that way, anybody who's coming in late, or if they're watching, at a later time or something like that, they can sync it up if they want. Travis, thanks for your coverage of the Rings of Power. Dispelled most of my major fears. Cool. I'm curious what your major fears were. I know my my earliest one was the Game of Thrones thing, like, that it would become a Game of Thrones, and I'm really glad. Like, so I did go so I've seen it twice. I went to one of the fan screenings last night, and I took my kiddos and my youngest son who's 6, and the fact that I could sit down and watch it with him because I've already shown him Lord of the Rings. I knew he could handle that that level. I think it's comparable to Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, personally. So yeah, I'm really really thankful that that ended up being the case. Dylan, hey dude, thanks for all the content. One of my favorite YouTube channels. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Kenrick, newcomer to your awesome channel, ready for the show tonight with a stiff old-fashioned fourth Aolingas. Thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks for joining. Now over 2,000. Nice. Be sure to smash the like button, folks. That's what the kids say, right? Smash the like button. Oh, Angel asked how the kids liked it. So 2 of them said they loved it. One said he liked it. And it was really funny. I think my 6-year-old was a little nervous about how scary it would be. Because there's some moments in like Lord of the Rings where it's a little scary. And he turned to me probably 10 minutes into the first episode and he just goes, "Dad, so far so good." It's like we still have quite a bit to go, but he seemed to really really like it. "Get thee gone from my gate, thou Alfred Crow of Mandos." That is a great quote. Paraphrasing a great quote there. Thanks, Fintrago. Michael Reel, you should bring Josh, Den of Nerds, on for a live stream for one of the episodes for fun. Absolutely. I was wanting to give him a little time. You know, he just had a kiddo and wanted to, you know, not try to spring anything on him, you know, in those new dad phases. But yeah, congrats to Josh. I know you know, there's probably a handful of people here that also watch Josh's channel. I'm a big fan of Josh. He's a cool guy. Uh yeah, but I would love to have Josh on and have him react because he's one that's obviously not as into like the deep lore of Tolkien. And so we've been chatting back and forth. So we message once in a while about it. And you know, it's fun because like from a more outside perspective, he's been following along with the roller coaster that has been uh the marketing for this show. And so he's usually been asking like, so how'd you feel about this one? How'd you feel about that one? Or I'll ask him, how'd you feel about this one? Just to get some perspective, you know? But yeah, he's a fun guy. I'd love to have him on. Michael Kelly, I'm nervous about how they're going to depict the mortality of men with the condensed timeline. Hopefully they make it work. Thanks so much for the super chat, Michael. Yeah, that's honestly that's one of my big concerns too. Like when I heard about the condensed timeline, um, again, I don't want to. We're so close. I'm not going to spoil anything here, but um, the mortality of men aspect doesn't so much into these first 2 episodes. So um, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this show progresses throughout the season. You know, and how I feel about it as it goes. And like we have to get into things like the mortality of men. I think what it's going to come down to is that our Farazan is going to have to bear the weight of that entire Fall of Numenor storyline. Like the Fall of Numenor storyline from the perspective of, you know, the evil side, so to speak, will largely depend on that one character. So, no pressure to the actor. What's his name? I think it's Tristan, right? That plays Ar-Pharazôn. No pressure. It all comes down to you. The Beast of Rome became a member. Thank you so much. Be sure to join the Discord server. It's a lot of fun in there. Yeah, we're getting down to it. Larry, thanks so much for the super sticker. Grandeur Gaming, love your channel, brother. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much. Thank you, Grandeur Gaming. Oh my gosh. Thanks so much for the super sticker. You guys are really challenging my ability to pronounce uh names that are not extremely American. uh Le Archinaut? Archinaut? Sorry if I miss if I'm butchering that, I apologize. Minty Sprite, thanks so much for the super sticker. Aaron Gillum, thanks for posting last week about the early theater release. Saw the show last night and ready to watch again and in 4K. Cheers. Nice. Well, what'd you think about it? You didn't say what you thought about it. I want to hear people's thoughts. That's part of the. It's like I said, that's half the fun of this is seeing what people think about it. Honorable Viking, thanks so much for the super chat. Just to make Laketown pot roast, just make Laketown pot roast and green dragon mushroom pie in preparation. Gotta have my fill of ale and food while watching. Love the channel. Thanks. Nice. How many of you all have you made special Tolkien related food? I'm curious. Let's throw it out there. Guys, we're like 5 minutes away. If I'm not careful, I'll just keep talking. Forget to refresh my page. Thomas Cook, only read Silmarillion, Baron, Gondolin, Turin, and Unfinished the first time this summer. All thanks to you. Please make a video on Maeglin. What a character. Thanks, Matt. You've inspired my Tolkien knowledge so much. Thank you so much, Thomas. I really appreciate that. I love hearing that my videos drive people to the books because that is my favorite thing to do. That is a huge thing for me. And this show, like that's been a silver lining I've always said about this show. Whether you love it or hate it, like it's gonna bring new people to Tolkien, which is always a wonderful thing. Oh, and yes, I will make a video on Miglin, by the way, and ale for sure. Dean, thanks so much for the content, dude. It brightens my day looking at your vids in Ireland. Well, thanks for getting up early or staying up late here with us. Oh, no Tolkien food and drinks for tonight. I'm with you. I just have a glass of water, so I'm the same way. There's people who put a lot of effort into their like if you guys, I don't know if you follow Tea with Tolkien on Twitter, but she does like Hobbit parties and stuff, and it's crazy how much she does. Very impressive. All right, any updates on War of the Rohirrim? Not that I've seen. Oh, all right, guys. Here we go. All right, it has gone up. Episode 1 is called A Shadow of the Past. Episode 2 is called Adrift. So we'll do one at a time. Oh, my my first episode does not have a play button yet. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Maybe the little gerbil hasn't finished spinning in the wheel that launches. But they're getting really close. Like I think I could click on episode 2 right now, but not episode 1. In the meantime, we'll just keep reading some super chats until they get that button up. That's funny. You think people are like accidentally watching episode 2 right now and freaking out? Like, what did I miss? All right, Wesley, thanks so much for being a YouTube member. I think it's okay to make up things if it's not going into contradiction with Tolkien's lore and philosophy. It is the purpose of an adaptation. Yeah, like there's gonna be made up things in this for sure. Well, I mean, I know there is because I've seen them, but yeah, with the Second Age, it's such a tricky thing. Like, I'm sure you can make a really awesome montage of like the battles and events and stuff, but There's so little dialogue. I really, really hope, what little second age dialogue we have shows up in this show. Yeah, still no play button. Like there's a great dialogue. It might be in Unfinished Tales though. I can't recall off the top of my head which book it's in, but it's dialogue where Sauron is directly speaking to our Farazan. And he's talking about the Valar and how they're basically oppressing the men, denying them immortality. Or he's like what's he say? The Valar possess of themselves a land where there is no death, and they lie to you concerning it. It's good stuff. I hope it's in the show when the time comes. Angel saw it last night, thought it was at least a solid 7.5 or 8. Thanks so much for the super chat, Angel. Yeah, I gave it an 8. There's definitely some things, like especially as I'm going back through, doing my breakdown, there's some things that I'm like, I probably would have done this differently. But nothing that was just like I said, nothing Alfred level. No offense to the person whose username is Alfred. But that is, oh man, I'm telling you guys, Alfred is just like nails on a chalkboard for me in those movies. So the show is not on YouTube. It is not on YouTube because that would like get the stream shut down super fast. Super fast. Yeah, so you have to pull up your Prime Video to be able to stream it on a second screen. Sorry, I've already answered this, I know, so if you caught the answer already, but I'm kind of behind on the chat here. So Alfred has become the unofficial mascot of Nerd of the Rings. It is extremely unofficial. Okay, people are saying it's up, but I'm still not seeing it. I still don't have a play button. I can just play the trailer. All right. Who are the producers of Rings of Power and what other film projects have they done? So the showrunners are J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. I honestly can't even remember what else they've done. I'm really bad at like actors, especially. I have no idea what they're in. Like most of these actors I've never seen before. I don't think I've seen any of the actors in anything previously, and I've purposely not watched any of their previous work so that I could just envision them as the characters from this. Yeah, I don't know. I know they've done like script work mainly, I guess. Wesley, how are you watching the show? I've got it up on another screen here. So once I get a play button, I keep refreshing here. I did. I refreshed and clicked episodes. You guys. Okay. Okay. All right. I've got enough people saying that they're there. So I'm gonna keep let's see here. I think they've locked me out. Maybe they've locked me out. They heard I didn't like the Harfoots. That's what it was. How's this gonna work? Look in the pinned comments, guys. You'll have to pull up Prime on your own. Mrs. Am the Man. My prediction, season 1 ends with Celebrimbor making Rings of Power, then Sauron the One. At the end of the soundtrack, see titles of the last 2 songs. That's a pretty good guess. I think, what are the last 2? are is it create true creation requires sacrifice maybe? And Mordor? Is that right? Oh, you guys, restart the app. Yeah, I'm on desktop. Go to the end past the trailers. Yeah, yeah. Goodness, guys. I'm sorry. They're locking us out on desktop. Is anybody else trying to watch on desktop? Because I've got nothing. Okay, I'm going to restart my browser. That's what I'll do. Log out, log in. All right. Honestly. There it is. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. Thank you for someone recommending for me to restart my browser. Stinking thing. Okay. Let's do this. All right. Yes, I think that's a good prediction. We'll get to more super chats later. But right now, smash that like button and we're going to get rolling. I'm going to start my timer. And good luck, guys. We'll see how this goes. Surprise, surprise. All right, guys, 1 episode down. Pop up the poll. See your rankings. What's your gut reaction before we start episode 2? We'll have just a couple minutes here. Let you guys process episode 1. I will say, so the first time that I watched this, I should say in between the first and second times, I forgot that we didn't see the dwarves until episode 2. So it wasn't until last night, seeing it at the movie theater screening, that we got to the credits and I was like, oh gosh, we haven't seen the dwarves yet. What the heck? All right, all right. Got some all over the board here. I kind of expected that, you know? Like, it's definitely not going to be for everyone, for sure. Personally, like, just my 2 cents. Obviously, you guys probably see my review and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I think there's definitely, you know, stuff that I'm gonna say, oh, I don't know if I would have done it that way, but I think there's a lot to like here. So yeah, I gave the 2 episodes combined, I gave an 8. I didn't separate them out. Maybe I should have. Pacing was slow, but amazing episode. Loved it. Cool. Thanks for the super chat. Really beautiful. Loved it. Cool. Thanks so much for the super chat, my friends. All right. Lots of compliments on the music. Oh. Seven, visually some of it's beautiful. Galadriel's okay, but annoying with her stare, and the flying attack on the snow troll was silly, and the fight too rushed. Yeah, I from when I first saw the sword jump thing, I was like, that kind of lands somewhere between like not definitely not as good as shield surfing, but not quite as bad as stair stepper Legolas as far as elven acrobatics go. Like, I actually kind of like I really like the shield surfing thing. I thought that was cool when I saw it, and I still think it's cool. I'm not gonna apologize for it. All right. I'm curious, you know, like I said, you can love it, you can hate it. Doesn't matter. I'd like for you guys to keep it polite to each other in the chat. You can rag on it all you want. You can love on it all you want. Whatevs, guys. You do you. Fan how you want to fan. That's what I always say. I am curious. Like, I've been trying to, since I've seen this a couple times, I've been kind of keeping an eye on the chat and stuff. So for the folks who really, really liked it, well, for everybody, but for folks who really, really liked it, and for folks who really, really didn't like it in particular, like, I'm curious to hear what worked for the people who did like it and what didn't for the people who did not like it. Very curious. Like I said, this is part of the fun of Tolkien fandom for me, is reading through and engaging in conversation about what we do and don't like and how we would have done things differently. I want to hear what you guys would have done differently. For the folks who don't like it, what would you have done differently? What would you like to have seen done differently? Like, where would you have picked up? Like, I felt like the prologue, like, that was my third time seeing it, and I'm still kind of like, oh gosh, like, what all happened there? It just feels like it goes by really fast. So that's kind of where, you know, I talked about the pacing a little bit, but I don't want to ramble too long. We'll get into episode 2 because I know you guys are ready to rock. So let me queue up episode 2. Oh, and the poll results. So ranking somewhere between 6 and 8 got 46%. 9 to 10, 27%, 1 to 3, 13%, 4 to 5, 13%. That's pretty close to what I expected, honestly. Yeah. All right, one more super chat, and then we'll get rolling on episode 2. As someone who's not very familiar with the Silmarillion, I wish there was just a little more exposition to orient me with what's going on. Yeah, I think, and I'll get into this in my breakdown. I've already started scripting my breakdown, and I think like they're trying to walk this fine line of like explaining things about the first age, but they don't have rights to everything. So like there's things that are alluded to, and like if you already know it, you can kind of get a sense like, oh, they're paying homage to the Oath of Feanor, but Finrod's there. So it's not the Oath of Feanor. And it feels like it's them kind of like they can't depict the Oath of Feanor, but they can depict something like it. And so yeah, it's a little of like this dance that they're trying to do. But all right, guys, we've got 2 episodes tonight, so let's get cracking on this second episode. A lot of the folks that I talked to during the screenings I've been to like the second episode better than the first episode. So I'm curious to hear what you guys think. So let's get to it. Let's start the timer. Previously on Rings of Power. Yeah, I'm not skipping the intro so we don't mess up our timing, FYI. All right, guys. There's our introduction into this version of Middle Earth. I like that they end the I'm getting the Khazad Doom music there at the end. I like it. There we go. It's starting to play ads for me. Get out of here, ads. All right. So what'd you guys think? Got a poll up going. Looks pretty close so far to the rating of the last one. Cody, I think a 6, but I'm going to watch the whole show. I want to know how it goes before I truly decide. Cheers all. Cody, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it, my friend. Yeah. Oh, the stopwatch. Yeah. I'll get that out of here. We don't need that. There we go. Yeah, I'm curious. You guys like episode 2 better than episode 1? That was what I was getting from a lot of folks last night at the movie theater and when I saw it at the first screening. The dude, nice thumbnail, by the way, or profile picture there. That's the Jerry Vanderstelt Sauron. Jerry was actually with us in New York and got to see the show with us. Great guy, by the way. So if you haven't checked out his artwork, Jerry Vanderstelt, I'm sure you've seen it before. He does a lot of stuff based on the Peter Jackson films, and it's great. Sorry, I'll get to the comment. Really just like the story they're telling so far, but gosh darn if those visuals aren't amazing. That indeed. I respect that, man. I give the second one an 8, so combined a 7.5, or has potential and needs some ironing out. Yep. Lorena liked episode 1 better than episode 2. Emperor Lorcan, how you doing, Matt? Doing good. How are you doing? Sorry, a bug. Yeah, so the pace is something I kind of brought up in my review. Like there's times where I'm like, oh man, we really need to get going so we can get to like big important stuff. Like I don't know, maybe forging some rings, you know? Like I would think that in a show called Rings of Power, we'd get some Rings of Power at some point, you know? But then like the prologue was going by really fast. Like the first half of the first episode felt like it was going by really fast. And there's a lot kind of going on there. All right. Yeah, and by the way, if you haven't seen, so we had the what they called the worm in the water. If you didn't see my little bit of trivia, so those sea serpents, Tolkien actually calls them fish dragons at one point. There's only one point in all his writings where he references those creatures, and he also refers to them as fish dragons. So henceforth, I will be using the term fish dragon. That's probably the only time we'll ever see that thing, but from now on, I'm dubbing that the fish dragon. I give the first one a 9, the second one I think a 7.5. Thanks so much for the super chat, Michael. All hail Armatazon the Golden. I don't know if I want to be compared to Farazan. It's interesting because he did build up a pretty great army, and like it's. I could see some potential with the character of Farazan because as crappy as he was and everything, like there was still. So we learned that there was a statue of him in Harad, I believe specifically in Umbar, that Sauron later tears down because it was like a monument to his humbling of Sauron. So like there was, even though Sauron gets like, the last laugh in that situation, I think there's still bitterness from Sauron's perspective that he was forced to humble himself before Farazan because his army skedaddled when the Númenorians showed up. I like this pace. It's building up and taking its time like Blade Runner 2049 or Dune, and I love it. Cool. I've seen both of those. Both of those were also visually spectacular. I was so confused with Dune, guys. Like when it ended, because I haven't read the books. I haven't read the books. But when it ended, I was so confused because I was like, that felt like 2/3 of a movie. Well, turns out it was about 2/3 of the book. So that makes sense. That checks out. I wish I would have known that going in. I think I would have been a little less bummed when it ended, when it did. So I'm very curious to see the other, third of the story. Pacing equals slow equals need it to be slower. Okay, 8 out of 10. Evan Davies, thanks so much for the super chat. Yes. So this is a great question. Rawlings family. Was the thing Celebrimbor said about Morgoth gazing into the Silmarils true? So no. That's not like a thing that was ever said. I did like the phrasing, how he said, they say that he gazed into the summer, blah, 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 tells the story. So it's kind of like one of those rumor things. Like, how would they know? Because, like, were there captive elves who later escaped? Did, like, orcs tell somebody? Like, was there an elf torturing, an elf captured an orc trying to get information on Morgoth? And he's like, well, I don't know if this is useful to you, but he stared into those jewels for a long time. But we'll run into this a lot, and I'll go to my breakdown. There's a lot of things that like call to mind other things that they don't have the rights to, but they kind of play off of. And so for me, that moment of what Celebrimbor saying there of Morgoth looking into the Silmarils, and it's kind of like these things of untold beauty are so powerful that they even have an effect on the darkest person to ever exist. And it reminds me a bit of Luthien um, when she sings before Morgoth, when Beren and Luthien go to steal the Silmaril, and like it lulls the entire court into a slumber. So it's obviously not the same story, but that's kind of what it reminded me of. So I don't know. I didn't not like it, as far as original things go, which obviously there's plenty of original stuff in here, guys. Like we know that. I think a lot of people knew that going in that would be the case. Because we basically have a bunch of scattered notes, like we said earlier, of the Second Age. So the big question is going to be, does the stuff that they've, created and are trying to create as backstories and starting points for these characters and events, is that going to pay off? And will they make that transition? So like Galadriel, obviously much, much different Galadriel than we see in the Lord of the Rings. So the big question is, how do they get her from A to B, where they've started here we are at this starting point A that they've come up with. How can they make her go to point B? And will they succeed in that? That's the big question. Don't get the hate on Galadriel. She seems to seek adventure and power in Tolkien's writing, and that reflects her actions in Rings of Power. So I also don't I mean I don't hate the portrayal of Galadriel. She's definitely very prideful is the word that I come back to a lot in her early years. Now, obviously in the books, we kind of get the sense that she starts to learn, you know, for lack of a better term, to chill out a bit when when she's in Doriath and she's with Melion, the Maya, the queen there. And that's where she meets her husband Celeborn. So my going theory here is that we're going to see that transition of this character during the course of this show, since we're obviously not getting that, this that obviously hasn't happened here. She's still very prideful, and I think, the conversation in the first episode between Elrond and Galadriel was actually one of my favorite parts there. And I think, and I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll be pretty bummed, but I think what they're setting up here is, you know, Elrond is one of the few people like directly speaking, you know, um, what Galadriel needs to hear. Like, I don't think that what the show is setting up is that Galadriel's right and everyone else is wrong, which seems to be what I've read a lot of comments saying, kind of indicating that. Like, I think they're actually showing, hopefully, going to show the folly of Galadriel's outlook here, that she is so dead set on this. And like, yeah, she might be right that Sauron is still around and up to no good. But the way that she's very like Feanorian, honestly, in her pursuit. Like, she's so one-minded about this. And I think, going back to it, I think a big arc for her character is for her to let go of that, for lack of a better term, hatred. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's phrasing it kind of weird, because don't expect her to like Sauron. That's kind of funny because of the rumors with the Halbrand stuff. I really hope that's not a thing. If Galadriel and Halbrand are like a romantic thing, I'm gonna flip out, guys. Yeah. So we'll move on from that. But that's my initial thoughts on Galadriel. I hope that there's a satisfying arc to be had there where she, because it wouldn't make sense if she doesn't grow in like the entire series. She's just, this out for revenge character. And then at the end of season 5, they get revenge and they defeat Sauron, and then that's it. Like, that hasn't moved the needle to where she needs to be. I know it's not part of the lore, but Nori and her story thread does interest me. The dwarf story is the best. 9 out of 10. Episode 1, 5 out of 10. That's a pretty big swing there between episode 1. Yes. Okay. Yes. So I was really excited to watch this, where I could turn on subtitles, because it's only been in theaters so far. Speaking of which, okay, let's, all right. So the poll ended. Okay. So still the top vote getter was 6 to 8, score between 6 and 8. Second with 44% of the vote, 9 to 10 with 32%, 1 to 3 with 12%, 4 to 5 with 10%. That's pretty close to the ratios on the first one. 1,200 votes. That's pretty close, actually. Yes. So Mana Ure was what he was saying. And I was glad that we finally had subtitles so I could tell what the heck it was he's saying. So yeah, we're getting either translations of what is heat or who is heat, which I think what is heat? I don't know. I'm very curious. There's Ure definitely means heat. We know that much, but there's been some. I've been chatting with folks through Discord about that translation. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it reminds me of, the whole idea in the first episode they set up of Sauron's hand being flame unquenched. Is that, or heat unquenched? It was something like that. Flame unquenched. I have lots of notes. I've never taken a notebook to a movie theater before, but I did yesterday. Yeah, so I think maybe that stands to reason that it's a wizard and that he's been sent to, you know, disrupt whatever Sauron's up to. When will we get a breakdown video? I will be working on that as soon as we're done with the stream here. So, yeah, as soon as I can get it ready, I'll go ahead and release it. Old guy from the sky, Sauron, Gandalf, or Tom? I think it's a wizard. I really hope it's a blue wizard. That's what I hope. Like, I feel like I'll be really bummed if it's Gandalf. Like, as much as I love the character, that's also part of the reason I don't want it to be Gandalf, because then, like, from one perspective, then, you know, the guy playing Gandalf has to be compared to Ian McKellen, which good luck, you know? And plus we know, like, Gandalf comes in the Third Age, and I know they're doing all kinds of, you know, compression of the timeline and stuff, but blue wizards are canonically in, well, obviously Tolkien's canon, if we can call it canon, is kind of a mess because he changes his mind sometimes. So like with the blue wizards, the later writings have them showing up in the middle of the Second Age, which would fit. That would fit perfectly. So and plus so little's known about them. Like in the earlier version of the story, we're told they fail. And then in the later version of the story, we're told, oh, you know, the West probably wouldn't have succeeded without them. So you have this huge range with the blue wizards to play in. And, you know, they're kind of more of a blank slate. So I would think, you know, the stakes are lower there. Whereas if you say like, okay, this is Gandalf, this is Saruman, you know, you're like, you better not screw it up, because I'm gonna be ticked if you screw up Gandalf. And yeah, I don't know. I just like the blue wizards. I like the mysterious characters in the book. So it'd be fun to see a take on one of those more you know, obscure characters. The lack of race language used was disturbing considering the amount of Tolkien spent creating them. Oh, yeah, like so there wasn't enough like Elvish and Khuzdul. Well, Khuzdul he didn't create as much, but yeah, they could have done more Neo Khuzdul. Yeah, and we haven't heard any orcs speak yet. Yeah, so I saw someone. Sorry, I don't have it to pull it up, but I saw someone mention the Sauron vibes with the Stranger, and I did get that a little bit. Like the whispers that come in reminded me of the whispers that you hear of the One Ring in the Lord of the Rings movies. Reminded me a bit of that. So yeah, my original thought with the whole Meteor Man thing was that it was a like vision, you know, an illusion made by Sauron, because he's capable of such things. But I don't know why he would play losing his memory and stuff like that. Like that part doesn't really add up. So right now I'm pretty sold on it being a wizard, even though I'm not crazy about the arrival method. I like them showing up in ships instead of crashing from the sky. It's still a little weird to me. I've kind of made peace with it, but yeah. Galadriel wasn't allowed to return though. Yeah, so there's varying accounts with Galadriel, and whether the ban was still in place after the First Age. But then in another account, I want to say Unfinished Tales, it says that she refuses out of pride. And so this is obviously a very much more dramatized version of her refusing to go to Valinor. I didn't picture it that way when I read it. I pictured it was more like a, you know, end of War of Wrath, and then you know, maybe Eonway's like, oh hey, by the way, guys, so the Valar have decided you can come on back. And then Galadriel's like, nah, I'm good. and then she just turns around and walks away. But, obviously in this version, she jumps off a boat and has a bit of swim ahead of her. AM, thanks so much for the super chat. Seeing pre-Mordor is cool. What did Tolkien write? Like, what did he write about pre-Mordor? I'm guessing is the question. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. I've seen people call it before door. Yeah, before door, which is kind of a fun nickname. Yeah, so we do know that he in the second age, he is when he makes Mordor his stronghold. And we do know that there are people who live in, like Nirn is one of the areas. And I was kind of surprised, honestly, that Tirharad wasn't in Harad, like the realm of Harad. That was a little odd to me. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I'm on board with seeing the formation of Mordor as we know it is kind of cool. Oh, it is interesting. Yeah. So I'm kind of letting you guys pick the topics here. So but what is heat? Yeah. Unseen Stranger, I liked more than I disliked, which is about how I feel about the PJ films. Yeah. Renan says it's a 7. Michael Kelly, I knew that wasn't canon about Morgoth and the Silmaril, but I thought it did good homage to Tolkien and the power of art and creativity. Yeah, that's kind of where I landed on it. Like it's, I thought it was a nice bit. Like it's, there's going to be so much of this stuff of this show that, is obviously not written, directly by Tolkien. Like it's not like that's just the nature of the second age, like adapting the second age, I should say, or using the second age as inspiration. Yeah, that's always been the case. So as many of those things, like those are the things that I like that tie into the deeper lore. So I appreciate the times that they try to do that. So like I said earlier, the Oath of Feanor and stuff, how it clearly wasn't the Oath of Feanor, but it was kind of meant to invoke it. Like they didn't have to do it, but I like that they did it. Yeah, and that won't work for everyone, but I kind of liked it. Yeah, those are the moments that that kind of engage my book lore brain, Um, whereas, if it was just, um, if it wasn't there, then sorry, I'm trying to read and talk at the same time. I should do one and then the other. I apologize. Yeah. But anyway, I appreciate the moments where they at least try to pay homage to the deeper lore, and I can appreciate the fact that that's not the easiest to do when you don't have full rights. And you could argue like, well, if you don't have full rights, maybe you shouldn't do it. Well, I mean, they are doing it, so what can we do, Um, we'll roll with it and judge it for what it is, Okay. I had another. Oh, so I'm curious to hear. All right, so I got like a general poll question. So everyone put your ranking for episode 2. Give me a 1 through 10. 1 means this is complete garbage. Nobody share watch it. 10 is this is amazing and everyone should watch it. Like the two extremes here. Where you at? Photogenic Ewok. That's kind of a fun. It's a fun username. Thanks so much for the super chat. The shot of the valley outside Casa Doom was gorgeous, reminded me of Alan Lee's art. Genuinely excited to see all four storylines play out. Yes, that was going to be my next question, was what people's favorite storyline was. And I do really like everything pretty much of Casa Doom. So favorite storyline. Now that it's kind of broken up now where we're bouncing between a few different storylines. What do we have? We have Galadriel, we have Elrond and Durin, the Harfoots. What am I missing? Alan, thanks so much for the super chat. Oh, the Southlands, right. Southlands. I actually really like Arondir. I know we were chatting a little bit during the show. I think he is like, I like seeing a stoic, serious elf. You know, we've seen, you know, BA elves before and elves doing BA things. But we haven't, you know, I don't know. Legolas had a different vibe about him, whereas I like, you know, the seriousness of Arondir. He kind of reminds me of um, the seriousness that a lot of first age elves would have. Ah, the Balrog of Moria. You think the stranger? That's another. Yeah, I did wonder that because the flames like move in, and he's got like the fire like kind of goes in his. You see like the reflection of the fire in his eye. That's not a bad guess either. It's another Maiar. Don't think of him as Gandalf. He's Olorin. Nah, you can't separate the two. It's the same character. Oh yeah. Okay. This is great. I'm glad you brought this up. Didn't the stranger write a G rune in the ground when he was with Nori? So that was my first thought too, but it's actually backwards. So it's the opposite direction of a G rune. Yeah, the music. So the music for the stranger is some of the more interesting music, I think. Because it's like there's beauty in there, but there's also like you definitely get those moments where there's some darkness. And not just the music, but the way it plays out and everything. Um yeah, it's definitely left to keep us guessing on who he might be. Ah, the dude. Okay, so you're talking like why if it was Sauron, why would someone who is in hiding announce himself with a meteor seen by all? So my thought when I said Sauron makes sense primarily because it would be an illusion and it would feed into the Anatar narrative that he will have of being a emissary of the Valar. He would say, "Look, I was, you know, I was shot from the Valinor cannon and crash landed here. They sent me as an emissary." And, you know, people in Middle Earth would be like, "Oh, wow. Yeah, you fell from the sky. Like, you must be this wonderful person heaven sent to us." 'Cause, 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 Did he make the Eye of Sauron with the fireflies? No, so I think what the conclusion, at least that the hobbits there made, was that they were stars and that he was looking for a constellation. So I'm guessing like far enough away from where they are that the stars would be different, maybe. Yeah, I guess must be. I'm guessing he's gonna try to get to south where Mordor will be, maybe. Jon Snow rules. I'm gonna give the whole season a chance. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I've always been in the mindset like, what do you have to lose by giving the show a chance? Like the books and Peter Jackson's movies, they're always gonna be there. It's crazy. I was given one of the Galadriel Fellowship of the Ring books, and I checked, and all the words are the same. They didn't change any of the words. Shocking, I know. Forrest Tate, any character you think will turn to a Nazgul? So I'm kind of rooting for Halbrand to be the Witch King at this point. I know a lot of people have guessed Theo, the kid, will be the Witch King, but I kind of want it to be Halbrand a bit. I don't know. Like, I'm just not sold on this idea that, like, if Halbrand is Sauron, which a lot of people are guessing that he is, like, spending so much time with Galadriel and her not noticing that something's up with this guy, which, I mean, I guess there's still time for her to figure out there's something up with this guy, but I don't know. It just feels like that would, make her look a little dumb if she, spent an entire season hanging out with Sauron and had no clue whatsoever. Because we know that, when Anatar comes, Galadriel's about the only person in a region who doesn't trust him. Celebrimbor totally falls for it. A lot of, the elf smiths, like, obviously they're working on the Rings of Power. Like, they totally buy it in a region. Gil-galad doesn't, Elrond doesn't, and Galadriel doesn't. And so, like, for her to spend an entire season with Sauron would be weird, I think. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm hoping for Witch King. Like, I think that could actually be cool. I don't know if you guys noticed this. I'll have this in my breakdown, obviously, but the people have been pointing out that the symbol on the pouch that he has around his neck matches the statue. There was like a monument kind of thing, and it had like an eagle attacking someone, I think is what it was, like an eagle attacking someone, which is interesting because it's kind of showing the eagles in a scary light. And presumably that's because the ancestors of those people fought on the side of Morgoth. So the eagles were on the other side. So to them, a lot of some of their friends probably got taken out by eagles back in the day. But those signs match, and if that's the case, it makes me wonder. So I don't know if you guys caught this, but in the first episode, Theo, he brings out the sword, and the other kid says something about his dad leaving. And so I'm wondering if Halbrand is that kid's dad, is Theo's dad. And if he turns out to be Sauron, like, why would Sauron have a kid? Yeah. So that's why I'm thinking Witch King. Like, Witch King makes more sense. If all my crazy random thoughts turn out to be true, then I think Witch King makes more sense. Marky Ochoa, thanks so much for the super chat. They gave my boy Feanor such a small hammer. I don't know. I guess that's as big of a hammer as you need for crafting Silmarils. I don't know. Did you expect like a Durin, like a dwarf-sized hammer for Feanor? That's about the same size as like Shadow of Mordor. Yeah. Gary Gunnels, thanks so much for the super chat. What's the sword the child has. 8.9 out of 10 is Gary's score. Thanks so much for the super chat. My best guess, I actually did a theory video on this. I think that it's something to do with in the first episode where they're talking about the orcs meddling. Is it meddling? I think is the word that Galadriel says, with the unseen world. And for those who didn't make the connection, the unseen world is the Wraith world. The Wraith world that we see in the Lord of the Rings when Frodo puts on the ring, when we see the ring wraiths in their true form, the Wraith world is part of the unseen world. And what the Morgul blade does is it's gradually pulling Frodo into the Wraith world, into the unseen world. So my theory is that that sword has something to do with that. I don't know what. Like it reforms instead of disintegrating, like we see, the Morgul blade, when Aragorn picks it up, it disintegrates. And when that blade forms, it's kind of like a reverse of that. So I don't know what the deal is exactly. But that's my prevailing theory, is that it's something Morgul blade-esque. So maybe it's the first Morgul blade. And I know so Morgul blade often gets confused with Minas Morgul. But it's not named after the location. So it's entirely possible that Morgul blades themselves came before Minas Morgul, the city that is much, much later in history. Morgul just mean, like, the word Morgul literally means like dark arts, black arts, sorcery, that kind of stuff. All right. Aaron Ives, thanks so much for the super chat. I love the first 2 episodes. Nailed the Draves. I think you meant to type dwarves. I think. Or the Draves. I missed the Draves. All right. Sorry, I'm just now getting to all the ratings that you guys put in. I've got them all over the place here. That's what I expected. All right. I'm going to end this poll. Oh, yeah. Okay. 57% favorite storyline is Elrond and Durin. I am 100% on board with that. Yeah, so I mentioned this. Theo's the mouth of Sauron. That's kind of a fun theory. I mentioned this in my review, like that there was a couple times where I was like, didn't like getting cut away from something I was interested in, and it was usually when cutting away from Durin and Elrond, because I really like that dynamic and I like that story. So I'm eager to see what comes of that relationship. Obviously, there's Mithril. Like, I think Mithril, like, we're all on board, right? That was Mithril. That's a fair rating. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you're expecting it to be like straight from the books, like, I don't think, I don't think that's a realistic expectation, and I don't think, if you're looking for only things to happen that happened in the books, like, that was never going to happen, so I guess I was a little more prepared for that. But I get it. Like I said, it's not gonna be for everyone. Was there any nudity in the first 2 episodes? There was not. 0. No, this is very much in line with the Peter Jackson films. I'm very excited about that. I'm very thankful for that, I should say. This is something I'm really curious of. So, Chels or Kells says, I feel bad for the general audience. The show may be hard to follow for them. That's something I'm very curious of because, like, the prologue stuff, especially, I was kind of wondering, like, is this stuff like going to be too much? Like, or did they keep it, you know, did they keep it simple enough for casual audience? Like, I've long lost my barometer for how a casual audience, like, I think casual audiences for the most part will probably like the show from the reviews I've seen and stuff. A couple people thinking Theo's the mouth of Sauron. That would be interesting. Meteor Man is Tolkien. I highly doubt it. Tolkien would never put himself in his own thing. He did say that Faramir was like the closest. And I know Baron and Luthien is on his and his wife gravestones, but like the character that he said was closest to himself would be Faramir, which is a pretty good one if you're going to pick characters. Gregory, thanks so much for the super chat. What are your thoughts about the transitions on the map of Arda? I really enjoyed it and thought it gave you a good idea of where the characters are. Yeah, that's like my whole deal, man. That's like all my videos are maps and showing people where things are. So yeah, I was on board with the maps. That was something that I really wanted to like tweet about and stuff was the use of maps, but I didn't want to spoil anything. I was trying really hard not to give any details whatsoever. So I thought that my audience might enjoy their use of maps because it's what we've been doing here for like 2 years. So it's Sauron because of flaming eye glimpsed back and forth. Are we saying this the Meteor Man is Sauron? Or are we saying Halbrand? Who are we thinking? I think there's a chance that we haven't even met Sauron yet. Like, I would not be surprised um if Anatar does show up like toward the end of the season or something. Paige, thanks so much for the super chat. I found it hard to accept some changes, but I think it has a lot of potential. I can't wait to see more. Arondir and Bronwyn's story is so interesting. Yeah, I think I'm a little more interested in Arondir than Bronwyn. I did like that. Um, I kind of like the moment, where she considers going to get help, but can't bring herself to, leave her kid in a room with orcs. I felt like that was a it's like the mom pulling the car off their kid kind of moment. Like you pluck up the courage to potentially fight against an orc. She at least wasn't going to leave the room. I mean, she hid in a closet right after that. So, I mean, she didn't go straight into warrior mode or anything to defend her kid, but she at least was like not going to risk the safety of her kid by leaving him with an orc. Granted, she did like go off to a neighboring town, kind of late in the day with a reindeer to go scope that out. So, yeah, there's that. But she probably wouldn't expect an orcs, I guess, to be fair. My fear is Galadriel and Halbrand falling in love while Halbrand turning to Witch King. So that would make the Witch King Galadriel's first heartbreak. Oh, God. Oh, I really hope not. No. We need Celeborn. Okay, so, Celeborn. Okay, so I had a thought on Celeborn. So I really thought that, like, the guy... Did I already say this? I'm sorry if I already said this. I thought the guy who, like, the second in command from the first episode that was kind of telling her, like, you're going too far here, kind of standing up to her and saying, like, yeah, we're not following you anymore. I thought when I first saw it, I was like, oh, that'd be interesting if that turned out to be Celeborn. And, he's kind of a voice of reason in her life, and then they end up falling in love and everything. But then he sails into the West at the end of the first episode, so that's out of there. I think I wrote down his name. I think he's Thorondir, which is very close to Thorondor, the great eagle of the First Age, but just different enough. So yeah, Celeborn's still MIA. We'll see what happens. I'm just saying there was a very powerful character that wasn't used in Lord of the Rings, and I'm just saying there was a very powerful character that wasn't used in Lord of the Rings, and they have full rights to. Which character? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not following. Maybe if you can. Are you talking about Tom Bombadil? Is that Glorfindel? Is that who you're talking about? Glorfindel? I hope Glorfindel shows up at some point. I really don't like the lore changes at all, and the Harfoots are pretty much unbearable, and the most elven character so far is a Rondir, so 5 out of 10 so far. I can respect that. Like I said, it's not gonna be for everyone, for sure. I thought Elrond was pretty good, actually. I really liked Elrond. That was one of the characters that I was most excited to see, because he's most days he's my answer. It kind of fluctuates on the day, but most days I would say Elrond is my favorite character because he goes through a lot of stuff. But he always does what's good for Middle Earth. Yeah. I thought the Witch King was from Númenor, and were they not great kings of men? So yes, they were kings of men. We know 3 were Númenorians. One was Kamul, the Easterling, and then the rest we don't know. So like I've always kind of assumed that the Witch King was probably a Númenorian, but it doesn't say that. That's just me assuming. So and the Galadriel does have that line about like the king of Halbrand's land or something like that, something with like the symbol in his necklace or whatever. And then the kid in the pub, I guess you could say, the inn, whatever that building was, like it was like a little pub. He said something about their king returning, which made me wonder if he was he referring to Halbrand there? I don't know. So he might be a king among the Southlanders. I think what dwarves first discovered was Mithril. Mihail, thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah, I think that's Mithril for sure. This is a great point. Okay, Geek Girl, thank you so much for the comment. You brought up a point I wanted to bring up. The prologue exposition made me feel the elves are not immortal and not reincarnated in this. Do you think that's what they're doing here? So one thing that on rewatch that was really and even actually I picked this up the first time, but even on rewatch, I was trying to figure out like what Finrod meant when he said, "I won't always be here." Because like Galadriel even says they don't have a word for death. So like what is he thinking of when he says, "I won't always be here"? Why wouldn't he? You know, if they're immortal. Like my only thought there is like if this is taking place in a time where Morgoth has already pretended that he's rehabilitated and is sowing his seeds of distrust in the Noldor, and like planting that seed of like you guys want to go to Middle Earth, you want to rule realms, and the Valar are holding you back and stuff like that. And maybe Finrod has a sense, or maybe it's like a foresight thing, and he senses that, you know, um, that he'll one day leave Valinor or something. But yeah, that struck me as a little bit odd. BWK 1895, thanks so much for the super chat. Celebrimbor was not sympathetic at all, just clearly ambitious and unwise. I hope over time they're able to build more sympathy for him. Yeah, I don't know if I need to feel sympathy necessarily for Celebrimbor. I think the ambitious part is kind of one of the keys to the whole thing, like to his character. I like that, like, he doesn't seem satisfied with the great craftsmanship he's done. And speaking of which, obviously we did not see the doors of Durin as we know them, which makes me think we'll see that created sometime in this show. I hope we get Narvi, the dwarf that helps Celebrimbor. And I like that, Celebrimbor has an appreciation for the dwarves. So, like, there's, presumably the potential for like a friendship to strike up there. We know that they were friends in the Second Age. So, yeah, we might get to see that. Weren't all Ringwraiths kings, so wouldn't Halbrand need to be crowned at some point to be Witch King? I mean, I don't know if he is the rightful king. I don't know. That might be, yeah. I don't know if that'd be splitting hairs, whether they're like kings or like rightful kings, or I think it doesn't it say Lord? Yeah. So they weren't necessarily all kings because, like I said earlier, the Númenorian ones are referred to as lords. Now, they say great kings of men in the prologue of Fellowship of the Ring, obviously. Yeah. I think the Galadriel storyline is the only one I'm not a fan of. Also, how far did she swim, right? Yeah. We actually had, like, that was one of the biggest topics of conversation in New York. Like, we were talking with Corey and Alan from Prancing Pony Podcasts and Cliff from the One Ring, like all kinds of people. We really were like getting into some of these and talking about like what was Galadriel thinking, like when she, like, you decided at the worst possible moment not to go through with this because you are so stinking far from the shore right now. But I think at the end of the day, she just wasn't thinking. It got to the decision point, the point where she had to, you know, make a choice. And she wasn't thinking about the repercussions of um of doing this, obviously, because I think she might have died. Like, it is very hard to kill elves. So I will say that, like Tolkien makes it clear, like elves don't, they're obviously in a different tier than like men. Like, it is very hard for an elf to die of, sickness and natural causes. And but then you also have some that die of grief. So I don't know. But um yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's whatever. Um yeah, another fan of Ismael Cruz Cordova. Yeah, I really like Arondir, guys. I think, like, seeing some clips of what he does in like the future episodes from like the trailers and stuff, I think he might be a popular character. Sauron looked very similar to PJ's I'm in love. I don't know if I'm in love with Sauron, but it was very similar. Spiky helmet and all that. It's kind of like a silhouette almost. Like they didn't want to show his full helmet. Which king has Númenorian blood? Theo might become Kamul. Well, but he's a Southlander. He's not an Easterling, though. Kamul's an Easterling. Why didn't they get the rights to make Children of Húrin? I would love to see a Children of Húrin adaptation one day. I would love it. I'm kind of glad that's not happening right now. Because, like, let's, yeah, I'm okay with the Tolkien estate being more cautious with the Silmarillion stuff. Yeah, we got a couple people saying Children of Húrin. Yeah, I would love to see a Children of Húrin adaptation, but like I said, I'm okay with them being more cautious with the Silmarillion stuff because there's a lot more written there, and I'd be a lot more protective, I guess you could say, or like I'd have a lot higher threshold for, or maybe lower threshold is how I should say it, of what I'd be willing to look over in terms of like changes and stuff like that. If this wasn't the Second Age, I'd probably be a lot more picky. I'm really enjoying the Southland Mordor prehistory expansion exploration. There isn't too much detail about that in much of the text we have. Yeah, yeah. I'd agree with that. I liked it more than I thought I would, honestly. Yes, I will do a breakdown for sure. That'll be what I work on as soon as we're done here. We'll wrap it up here in a little bit, but I think we still have some more super chats to get to. Stranger and Fireflies, Gandalfs and Moths, Olorin. Yeah, it was very much very evocative of that Gandalf and the Moth moment. But I hope it's kind of throwing us off and it's not. That would be really early for them to be telegraphing that it's Gandalf, right? I think it would be. Tucker thinks Sauron is Meteor Man. I'd be okay with that, I think. But it's weird, like, that he would be playing up, like, how sporadic he seems and everything. Like, you would think he would land and then be like, these short people are not who I'm here to manipulate. Peace out. I'm out of here. Like, he just seems so out of it. Jeff Pellegrin, thanks so much for the super chat. See the two trees is simply amazing. Yeah, I really like that shot. That's one of my favorite shots, the reveal of the two trees. Jeff, another super chat. Thanks so much. Nerd of the Rings. I've been watching Nerdrotic and other reviewers. They didn't like it because it needs to be more lore based. However, I'm indifferent at this point. 7 out of 10. I like the characters. Galadriel. Yeah, I mean the show's not going to work for everybody, for sure. I'd be curious to know. Yeah, I'm always curious by like being more lore based and what people mean by it, because I think different people mean different things. Like if you disagree with like the characterization of some of these characters, or you don't like the starting point, like Galadriel, like for example with Galadriel, like do you not like that she's not the Galadriel that we know from Lord of the Rings? Or but like I'm always curious when people say lore based because there's so little written about the Second Age. Like, did you expect Galadriel to be exactly like she is in The Lord of the Rings? Personally, I kind of expected there to be at least some difference. Now, maybe I didn't expect there to be as big of a difference as there is, but, like, as long as she gets to where she needs to go in a satisfying way, then I'll probably be okay with it. And, like, I don't agree with the assessment that, it's like Galadriel is right in what she's in her methods. Like, I think it's actually setting it up to be the opposite, where Galadriel's gonna have to develop into the person that we know her to be before the show ends. Like, because who she is now, like, we know that she's not the way she is in Lord of the Rings. And it's all a question for me, it's all a question of how does that arc play out? If it plays out in a satisfying way, cool. If it doesn't, then the whole thing kind of falls apart. So, like, they're definitely banking on making that a good arc. So, I hope they do, because if it doesn't, then, like I said, it kind of falls apart. But yeah, it's not gonna work for everyone, guys. Like, my big thing, I've said this a million times, but fan how you want to fan. If people don't agree with you, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we can disagree and we can have respectful conversations about whether you hate it or love it or you're somewhere in between like me, you know? So, yeah, it's all good, guys. Fan how you want to fan. If you like it, that's cool. If you don't like it, that's cool too. Based on where you think we are in the timeline, what's going on in Númenor? That's a great question. I was really bummed we didn't get to Númenor. I was looking forward to Númenor. And then we saw Elendil there at the very end, and then it cut. I was like, come on. Um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I think we're picking up in the time of Tar Palantir, who's the last like good king of Númenor, but he's like a good king after a string of bad kings. So even though we have a good ruler on the throne, like the general vibe of Númenor is going downhill and has been for some time. Now with time compression, I don't know how that works because I mean, gosh, if we were going by the books, Elrond's brother would be the king for the first 500 years, and we kind of get the sense that it's like 1,000 years into the Second Age, so we'd only be to like our third or fourth king. So the time compression thing, that's again, this is one of my concerns for the show. It gets a little wonky. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see. I'm very, very curious to see what's going on in Numenor right now. I'm guessing it'll be very much a not in a civil war necessarily, but there will be tensions between the faithful and the king's men for sure. What ruins was Galadriel exploring? Utumno. That was my guess. I think that's one of those things that they um they're hinting at, but they can't say. So like we're just kind of left to assume that that's Utumno. That was my first thought was Utumno. Jeff Pellegrin, but I did not like this take on Galadriel. That's fair. Yeah. I'm curious, Jeff. Like, I'm curious, what you would have liked to have seen. Like, what do you think? Like, what was the biggest hang up for you? I'm genuinely curious. I'll try to keep an eye on the current chat. I know I'm way behind on super chats right now. Um, All right. I'm going to try to catch up a bit here. All right. Kine Era, thanks so much for the super chat. Had Galadriel not been rescued, how many miles would she have to swim to make it back to Middle Earth? Like a lot, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think she was thinking, because like if she hadn't come across the shipwreck, she would have been in pretty bad shape, I think, because she was already like pretty bad shape when they picked her up. The giant is Gandalf. He talks to bugs, wears gray robes, is with small people, and darkens the surrounding with magic. That was another thing. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. That was another thing that was very reminiscent of Gandalf from the Peter Jackson movies, was the, when he kind of like yells. It's very much like when Gandalf, darkens the interior of Bag End, that kind of thing. Which again is like one of those things where I feel like Gandalf would be so on the nose, like, because they've given us all these clues. Yeah. It could be, but I really hope it's a blue wizard, guys. Andreas, thanks for the super chat. Any idea how they'll use the Balrog since it was not in the prologue? That is a great point. I kind of forgot about that. I thought about it after the first viewing, and I kind of forgot about it after the second viewing. But yeah, I assumed for a long time that the Balrog was a prologue moment and that was something we'd see from the first age, and it totally wasn't. Unless there's some other flashbacks that are going to happen. I wonder if it's Durin's Bane that's the only thing I can think of, honestly. Unless the theory of Meteor Man being the Balrog is true. That would be an interesting transition to see. I don't know. Yeah, Khazad-dûm falling. I don't know. I've seen some folks saying Khazad-dûm falling. Like, that shouldn't happen until a long time from now. 1980 of the Third Age. It's like thousands of years. That's Durin the Sixth, I believe. And we're on, that's another thing. Durin, the two Durins. They haven't called his dad Durin the Third, but we've been told it's Durin the Third. That's another thing I'm not a huge fan of, is the simultaneous Durins thing. They've said, the people making the show have said that they like have a satisfying way that they've worked that out. So that's a TBD. But that was one of my earliest gripes, was I don't like simultaneous Durins, because I love the idea that they have that reincarnation belief. And that like when a ruler comes who is so alike in manner and appearance to the original Durin that it is believed to be Durin reincarnated. I think that's so cool. So having two of them at the same time doesn't make sense to me. But I'm curious. We'll see. But yeah, my radar's still up on that one. They introduced all the characters' plots way too quickly. Ryan Penny. Thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah, that's one of those things. Again, with the pacing, like I felt like there was a lot shoved into that like first half of that first episode. Love the little look at the Ents and Entlings. Hope we'll see more of them. Want to see Entwives. So we did see on the map where they had the Harfoots is in southern Rovanion, and that is the area where the Entwives make their gardens. So I think that's a pretty good indication we'll see Entwives. Also, spoiler alert, might see the destruction of the Endwives because Sauron scorches those lands. If you haven't watched any of my videos, sorry for spoiling, 50 to 70-year-old writings for you, but that's what happens. Sauron scorches them. They become known as the Brown Lands. Hope one day we could have more on the First Age. Yeah, that would be great. I would love a really great adaptation of really any of the First Age stories. There's some really epic stories there. Oh, that's a great point. Mike says, I thought it was suggested in Baron Luthien that Finrod knew his fate. Oh, okay. So a little bit, this would be a playing with that a bit. Obviously he's still in Valinor and everything during this. Okay. Will they set up Isildur's fall and punishment? His punishment? Like when he dies? Is that the punishment? Yeah, I think I that's one of the things I'm looking forward to in the show is like seeing a heroic side of Isildur. Because you kind of, because it's not really needed, and it would overcomplicate things to show Isildur as a heroic figure in the Lord of the Rings films, and then like also show that he made this big mistake. But in the larger story, he's actually a pretty heroic guy who just makes that one, defining big mistake to hold on to the ring. So yeah, I'm looking forward. I think they will, I think it would be smart and it would, be good storytelling if they built up Isildur as a as a hero so that it makes his ultimate decision to keep the ring hit harder. At the end of season 5, Galadriel gets back to the shore. Could you imagine if they have the War of the Last Alliance and like Gil-galad's dead, Elendil's dead, and then Galadriel comes walking up on the shore to Elrond. What did I miss? Oh man. Ryan, thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member. All right. Live out 2K. Also in the first 10 minutes, an elf said, what kind of devilry is this? Was the concept of devil a thing in Middle Earth? Balrog was not the devil. I don't know. That's one of those interesting things. So this just jogged my memory on another note that I made here. So obviously we have Boromir in the Lord of the Rings trilogy saying, what is this new devilry? Which obviously I think there's some similar phrases, like, and Elrond also says how Galadriel is passed beyond his sight, which is like what Gandalf says, Frodo is passed beyond my sight. So there's definitely those callbacks to the Lord of the Rings, which is interesting because it's like they're trying to be different, but they're obviously also they're trying to have it both ways a little bit. So I'm curious to see how that plays out over the rest of the season, the rest of the series. I don't mind the connections to the Jackson movies. Like it would be nice actually if you could look at these as a prequel. Even if there is, obviously a lot of stuff that's not written that they're, showing here, they're coming up with. But then again, it gets back to the point, like it would be nice if, at the end of the show, if the characters are where they need to be and who they need to be, so that it could be a continuous tale if you wanted to look at it that way. Yeah, but So the word devilry, I'm curious. I'll need to check out Digital Tolkien. If you guys haven't ever heard of it, Digital Tolkien Project, um, James Tauber, who's a friend of the channel. Um, yeah, so the word devilry does appear quite a few times, actually. But you can search any word and it'll tell you if it pops up in Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, or Tolkien's letters. And the word devilry pops up in The Hobbit and 13 times total. Once in The Hobbit, 12 times in Lord of the Rings. So there you go. I looked up the word politician and politics. Politician? Yeah. So the word politic shows up once. I need to look up what this reference is. Um, but I just do not like Elrond being described as a politician. And it's totally like real world baggage, because like politics, ugh, I hate politics. It's the worst. So the word politician being associated with Elrond, just like, not a fan. So I immediately went to Digital Tolkien and was like, does the word politician even show up? No, it doesn't. So hopefully that's the last time they call Elrond a politician, because I don't like it. I don't like it. Lady of Athelion, I'm excited to see the character development, especially Galadriel's positive overall, lots of childhood nostalgia, hoping for the best going forward. That's a good outlook. Hope for the best, right? All right. Kenneth, the Rings of Power succeeds and sets the seeds for first age work. Yeah, I think if the show is a success, we might see the Tolkien estate actually be willing to give, to sell some of the rights to first age material if this does a good job and goes over well. So we'll see. Like I said, I would love a Children of Hurin adaptation. I would love a good Children of Hurin adaptation, I should say. Tyler Pfeiffer. I'm really not liking the Harfoot stuff, but I'm surprised. I actually thought this was pretty good overall. The sunburned orc looked cool. Yeah, I think the whole sunlight thing is going to be a big deal for the orcs in this show. And I don't know if you guys saw it on my the last trailer breakdown. I had a theory that Mount Doom will erupt at some point. Like, I think that there was a shot of a seal door and there was like balls of flame landing behind him. And like none of the orc shots we've seen, they don't seem like they have it together. Like they're not an army. They're just like scattered, just trying to scrape and survive. So I don't think they would have the catapults and stuff. So my theory is that like we'll see the first eruption of Mount Doom, and that will be, then maybe like the scenes we've seen of Galadriel, the shots we've seen of Galadriel waking up like covered in ash. Maybe that's the aftermath of Mount Doom exploding, or not exploding, erupting, exploding, erupting, and that is what starts Mordor becoming the Mordor that we know, and making it a habit making it a place where orcs can live. Yes. Not sure if you covered this already, but did you think the scene with the mountain of helmets was a reference about the Battle of Unnumbered Tears? Yeah, so that was what I thought in the trailer too, was that while it's not exactly what it is definitely meant to evoke and remind us of the Howthen Nirnaeth, or also known as the Hill of the Slain, which is the mound that Morgoth's forces make of the fallen men and elves from the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. So it's not, and like the prologue. I know some of the other folks. I think Alan from Prancing Pony Podcast actually told me his theory going in was that they would make an amalgamation of all the first age battles. So we were trying to guess, like, oh, is this the Dagger Bragalach? Is this the Nir Naiath Arnoedad? Is this the War of Wrath? And they kind of just like meshed it all together and just said, our war with Morgoth was centuries. So which is fairly accurate. The um the whole first age is mostly war, and it mostly doesn't go well for the good guys. So yeah, they kind of just combined them. So again, that the mound though, it's one of those moments where like they don't have the rights to make it the Howthen near Naiath, but they can kind of walk up to the line as long as they don't cross it. I think this is just my hypothesis. I don't know. I like having spoken with folks from Weta who worked on like Lord of the Rings. There's a line that you can't cross, but you can do things to walk right up to the line where you're referencing the deeper lore. But as long as you don't cross this line, and sometimes they're told like, hey, you got to pull it back, that's too close. But I guess this was within that they could pay homage to it, but they couldn't depict the actual mound. Chels, love the episodes, but I'm nervous a general audience won't understand certain concepts. Having to explain Silmarils to my parents. Man, I will say, like, so the things that I've constantly said about this show, like whether it turns out to be great or good or bad or terrible, it's gonna get more people interested in the books, and it's gonna be some pretty cool chances for conversations. I had a half an hour conversation with my kids last night, theorizing who Meteor Man was, and that led into a huge discussion on the wizards and the origins of the wizards and why they came to Middle Earth and what the blue wizards did. We went into, what we think the blue wizards did and what happened to Radagast and all these wonderful discussions. And I could tell that my kids' appreciation for Tolkien and what he created was greater than it was before because of the conversations brought on just by watching this show. So for me, that's a win. Like whatever may come over the next, what do we have, 48 hours left of this show? Like I think it'll be a net positive for the fandom for those reasons. There's no way Meteor Man could be Gandalf. None of the wizards arrive until the Third Age. Thank you for the super chat, Emperor Valkorian. So in Tolkien's later writings, the two blue wizards show up around the year 1600 of the Second Age, which is around the same time that Glorfindel is sent back to Middle Earth. So that is where my theory of the blue wizards come in. So depending on how deep you've delved into Tolkien, because the earlier writings, they all show up in 1000 of the Third Age, but the later writings, the blue wizards come earlier, they make a greater impact and are much better at their job the second time around in Tolkien's writings. Mark Moyer, I hope the friendship between the elves of Eregion and dwarves of Khazad-dûm grows throughout the show. Would love to see the making of the Doors of Durin. I would really like that too. Because another thing, so we get the sense that Mithril has just been discovered, and so it makes sense that the Doors of Durin do not exist yet, because the filling, so like the doors etched in, and what's filling the crevices there is called Ithildin, and that is derived from Mithril. and it reflects starlight and moonlight, as Gandalf said. The scene mirrors starlight, moonlight, and he does the thing, and the cloud kind of moves away and stuff. Um, so that material is Celebrimbor invents Ithildin from Mithril that he gets from the dwarves. So another thing that we might get to see. Sean S., thanks so much for the super chat. Also, Stranger makes a symbol in the rocks that was the same as the symbol that Gandalf leaves on Bilbo's door, and maybe Finrod had a vision of his death. So the symbol that Gandalf leaves on Bilbo's door, so it does kind of look like the mirror image of that, but it is facing the other way. So it's not the G rune, unless he's, in mirror mode. For all my Mario Kart friends out there, mirror mode. And it's not the same, but it is very similar. I had that exact same thought when I first saw it too. Maybe Finrod had a vision of his death. That's possible. The only hangup I had there was that she immediately after says we don't have a word for death. So it kind of made me think like that's a foreign concept altogether. Yeah, I'm very curious about that line. I don't know if there'll be future flashbacks at all, like if that'll ever get if that'll ever get you know, fleshed out at all, or maybe answered in any, further interviews or something. Be really really curious. Jeff Pellegrin, thanks so much for another super chat, my friend. For Galadriel, I think starting her with arrogance could be fine as setup where she develops into wisdom and grace. I rather see her in 3 season becoming part of the light and putting up her armor, pun intended. It was putting up her sword was what Elrond said. But yeah, I did think so in the first episode where they find the hidden door, and or the door like covered in ice, the doorway, and Galadriel just like punches through it. And I kind of felt like that was a missed opportunity to show some like elven magic, like an elven magic moment where she like puts her hand on it and maybe like says an incantation or something, and the ice cracks. I don't know. It's a small thing, but it would have been nice to see a bit more magic, instead of just punch. Um, but yeah, I think that that's going to be a big storyline for the show is Galadriel. The line that she says to Galadriel or to Elrond is something like, when he says, "Put up your sword," and she says, "Without it, who am I to be?" I think that's essentially the storyline for her character is finding out who she is without a sword. And I don't maybe I'm totally off, but I think that's going to be, you know, the essential arc of her character is she needs to discover who she is, you know, without the sword as, someone who's not charging into battle and discovering that character that we know from Lord of the Rings along the way and becoming that person and discovering that that's who she's meant to be. Seth, thanks so much for becoming a member. What do you think about Meteor Man being Radagast? That was what my kids were really rooting for. I don't know. They must like Radagast because they were really pulling for that. It's possible. I don't know. I feel like if they put Radagast in here, like you're not going to introduce this character for them to not do anything, and like making Radagast do a lot of stuff would kind of go against his character. Like he's kind of mysterious and obviously Saruman doesn't think much of him. And so I don't know. Like I feel like he's one that is kind of better left mysterious. Whereas the Blue Wizards, like I said, there's a lot of room there between like they failed at their mission and they totally succeeded at their mission. Um, yeah, I think Elrond is my favorite character right now. I I wouldn't argue with that. I think Elrond's pretty darn solid. I really like his stuff with Durin. Like the moment where he apologizes for missing out, uh, the last 20 years of his friend's life. I thought that was one of the more um, you know, emotional, like the more emotional moments that hit for me. Like I felt like that was a strong moment. Um, and yeah, I'm a big fan of the Durin Elrond story that they've set up, and I'm really anxious to see more of that. Seth, thanks so much for the super chat. Does it make sense to add Gandalf? I still figure this is a blue wizard and not Gandalf. Yeah, like I said, that's what I'm pulling for is blue wizard. Um, I think Gandalf presents a really big challenge. Like I said, practically you have to compete with not you don't have to compete per se, but you're going to be compared to Ian McKellen's Gandalf. And yeah, I mean, not to say that like Gandalf wouldn't change over time a little bit. We know that he spends time with the elves in his early days in Middle Earth. And so he definitely learn some stuff from them, but he's not gonna have like, I don't think it would make sense for him to have this huge big arc where he changes from the person we meet in Lord of the Rings, so much. Like I don't think you can justify that as much as you can like messing with, Elrond a bit here and there. Yeah, so I'm in camp. I'm on team Blue Wizard. All right. La Archinaut. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I've had to say it a couple times. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. The Balrog will be awakened by the dwarves who dug too deep in the mountain for Mithril. Yeah, I mean it totally could. Um, that totally could happen. Like it'd be super early for the Balrog to be awoken, but and alleged like, I'm pretty sure the showrunner said that they weren't pulling stuff from the Third Age into the Second, which was another reason why I thought, "Okay, so it's not Gandalf, it must be a blue wizard," and why Moria wouldn't fall, why Khazad-dûm wouldn't fall during the show. But maybe that was just misdirection. Jon Snow Rules, thanks so much for the super chat. Man, you guys, we are hopping here tonight. We're staying at 1,200 strong. Have you guys hit the like button? I haven't. I'm so bad. I'm not like the you know, YouTuber that's really good about being like, smash that like button, stuff like that. I'm not good about it. Sorry. But what about Meteor Man as Blue Wizard and from where you can see the constellation is where his bestie landed? Ah, I did say in the chat, and I've said this a couple times. I really want it to be a blue wizard in part so that when the second one shows up, I can use the Star Wars gif of now there are two of them. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Yeah, that could be. That would be interesting. So like if he is kind of maybe he's the wizard that goes east and his friend goes south, maybe. Wellington, thanks for the super chat. Hey Matt, what do you think could have happened had the dwarves actually defeated the Balrog in Moria? Huh. Khazad-dûm would be in much better shape when when the fellowship goes through it. That's for sure. Presumably, orcs and trolls and the like would not inhabit Moria then, because Sauron sends them there because it's abandoned because of the Balrog. So yeah, the dwarves would have been in much better shape. And then there'd be no reason for the dwarves to like Thorin Shoot, Thorin wouldn't have gone to reclaim Erebor because they'd still have Khazad-dûm. Like, they wouldn't even found Erebor in the first place, possibly. That has some pretty big implications. That might be a theory video. Might be a good theory video, guys. Like, does Smaug, if Erebor doesn't get founded, Smaug doesn't come to sack Erebor? What eye color did the Meteor Man have? Didn't each wizard have different eye colors? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't notice. Maybe brown? Maybe? I thought the practical effects mixed well with the CGI. Also, I enjoyed the transitions using the Middle Earth map. Heck yeah, Middle Earth map. Yeah, I like the maps. I love maps. Yeah, I definitely don't. I don't think that the effects looked bad at all. I thought the effects looked really good. What would be interesting too, we heard the meddling with the unseen world and the fact that like wizards, Galadriel, elves that have been in Valinor also exist in the unseen world. So we could we get some action happening in the unseen world? Meteor Man is evil. The crater fire wasn't hot. Galadriel says to her soldiers their torches aren't hot because they're in place of such evil. Oh, that's a good catch. I like that. That's not a bad point. I didn't think of that. I just kind of chalked it up to supernaturalness. And I assumed that that was a sign that it wasn't Sauron because of his hand, his very hand being flame unquenched and how hot it was because when she poured the water on it, steamed up and everything. Ah, I like that catch. Oh, Dave Smith. Yeah, that's a good point. The One Ring also isn't hot when exposed to fire. Maybe it is Sauron. Now I'm going back and forth, guys. You're making me question my blue wizard theory. All right. Galadriel said the evil makes fire have no heat. Meteor Man's fire had no heat. Does this make him evil? So that's pretty much what Lion Turtle just said. Yeah. It's very interesting. Prince Doran's wife hints at where not to dig. Hint to Balrog. Yeah, that kind of foreshadows a little bit, I think. The possibility that they're gonna delve too greedily and too deep. I'd be curious when that would happen. Like, there's just so many questions that brings up. Sorry, I'm just now catching up. Like, I've got like 3 straight super chats about the heat in the fortress and then the Meteor Man crate. That's a great point. I think they're far enough apart that you kind of forget a little bit. I like how you guys all like realized it at the same time. Man, now I'm really thinking, gosh. So if Meteor Man is evil, it's almost got to be Sauron or a Balrog. Man. I was so set on Blue Wizard, but now I'm wondering about Balrog. Was that speech Elrond was writing written by Tolkien? Also, that orc fight was fantastic. Love the practical effects. Love your channel. Thanks so much, Lofty Pixels. No, I don't think that's anywhere in Tolkien. That's just a speech. Yeah, the whole thing with like sailing into the West being like an honor that the king bestows was interesting. I don't know if I like that. I don't know. Like I kind of need to, I think I need to research that a bit more. I just always assumed that it was kind of, up to the elves when they did that, not like a honor bestowed upon someone, you know? Sean, the lore has more than one Balrog? Question mark. Yeah, originally. So Tolkien goes back and forth on this. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Sean. In the earlier writings, it makes it sound like there's like armies of Balrogs, like just a ton of them. But in the later writings, he kind of realized like these beings are super powerful. So I can't have, hundreds of them running around because Morgoth would just absolutely wreck, uh, the entire land. So I think the latest word, because even in the like earlier versions of the Fall of Gondolin, I think it's Ecthelion who kills like 7 Balrogs or something. But then he goes back and says like actually Balrogs are much more powerful, they're Maiar and everything. So he limits it to, I think he says either 5 or 7 at most is what he says. And we know that Doran's Bane survived, obviously, and hides in the depths of the Misty Mountains. I've always kind of been of the mind that he was the only one, but I think there's room, for you to believe that there was multiple and that those were just never discovered. But I always kind of landed on there's probably just the one Balrog. That's just my 2 cents. It's very open-ended because, again, if the more you dive into Tolkien, you'll realize he changes his mind a fair amount of times on a lot of things. And thanks to Christopher, whose Herculean efforts to publish all of his father's works, we have all these different versions. But it makes keeping a straight canon very difficult because do you, for example, like who's Gil-galad's father? Like there are debates about this because there's 2 different versions and each option has its merits, but it's still very up in the air. But yeah, I've kind of always thought that Doran's Bane was probably the last one. Are you going to do a video quickly catching us up on each of the characters in each episode as they air? Love your work, mate. Yes, so I will be doing breakdown videos of each episode, which I'll get started on right after this. So this is gonna be a long night. But that's what I'm gonna be doing here. So we'll probably go for about 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna call it, and then I'm gonna jump into breakdown mode and try to get a breakdown busted out so that you've got some of my thoughts. Mostly it's gonna be my observations, like Easter eggs and stuff. So I pointed out the dragon helm with Dor Loman. I actually saw it twice total in the 2 episodes. So I'll point out where I saw that. Always on the lookout for Children of Hurin Easter eggs because I love that story. Wellington, sorry, I'm shooting yet another theory out. I would love to see a world where the men of Númenor were not corrupted by Sauron, perhaps even selecting Elendil as their high king. That would be an interesting theory to play out if Númenor still existed. Yeah. That is part of the reason that Sauron goes after the elves is like Númenor is not to be trifled with. They are mighty. Is it just me or someone else also feels that Galadriel's as younger sister of Gil-galad's grandfather? And being treated by him as a nuisance is a totally weird thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah, so the whole age thing, like how Galadriel is actually older than Gil-galad, but is like treated younger. It is an interesting dynamic, and like the I don't know, like they kind of, you get the feeling that Gil-galad is like the elder figure when he's not. So yeah, like they're fairly close in age, but like Galadriel's not like a young person even at this point. Like she's still thousands of years old. Um yeah, I do expect that to be an interesting dynamic though, because like Galadriel is very old and wise, and but Gil-galad is the High King. So there's, you know, if anything, like Gil-galad should feel like younger, if we're um going in terms of like timelines from the books and everything. Christopher Phillips recently discovered your channel. I don't know if this is something you already planned, but will you make videos explaining real lore versus made up in the show? So yeah, in my breakdowns, I'll kind of hit on that. There's gonna be a lot of made up stuff. like like I said before, we've known this for a long time. There's gonna be a lot of made up stuff. So it'll probably be more like pointing out where it connects to the actual lore, and I'm more interested in where it pays homage to the lore, like the moments I said where they refer to the Oath of Feanor and stuff like that. So those are the kind of the interesting things, because one of the things I hope to do here on the channel is get people who come to this from the show, get them more interested in the books and the lore, the actual lore from the books. So I'm hoping to draw out parallels, and to kind of get folks interested in diving deeper. Yeah, so like if I can draw out like the fact that the how the Nirnaeth was, this hill of the slain from this, disastrous battle. Maybe that'll pique someone's interest and they'll go read the Silmarillion. I don't know. That'd be nice. I really, really like getting people into the books. It's always going to be the best way to experience Tolkien. Johnny, thanks so much for the super chat and becoming a member. Thank you so much, Johnny. I think I had one more super chat. Oh, actually, that was it. Okay, I finally caught up. All right. Okay. I'll answer this one last question real quick. We're gonna sign off so I can get busted on this breakdown for you guys. Are they taking the Ordreth or Fingon route for Gil-galad's parentage? Do they even mention it? They do not mention it. They don't. I'm very curious to see. And maybe that'll be a poll for next time. So in our pregame next time, so next week we'll do the same thing. We'll do another watch party. It'll only be one episode instead of two. So we'll have plenty of time to chat afterwards. We chatted way longer than I thought we were going to, honestly. I thought we'd be like chatting for an hour, and this whole stream has gone on for 4.5 hours. This is crazy. Oh man. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, guys. Yeah, at the end of the day, whether you like the show or you don't like it, I think this is fun to talk it through. And I know there's obviously, there's always going to be people in the chat being nasty and stuff, and that is what it is. We got mods, we'll take care of that. But I legitimately appreciate people from all views, and it drives me crazy to see folks who take this world and try to make this a thing where if you don't, you have to land on either one extreme or the other. And I am here to provide a place where we can talk about the merits and pitfalls of this show respectfully with each other. because I think we can do that. I don't think we need to look at each other and say, you are woke and you're a racist. Like that doesn't do anything, guys. It's just sorry. I'm trying not to get on my soapbox, but there's people on these extreme polar opposite sides, and they want you on one side or the other. And just it's okay to like this show. It's okay to not like the show. It's okay to love it. It's okay to hate it. It's fine. Okay? But we don't need to be jerks to each other. That's not what this fandom's ever been about in my experience. And I hope that that's the way that we can proceed with this show and far beyond this show, guys. I'll be here talking about Tolkien long after this show is over. So, anyway, it's late. I hope you guys had a fun time. I had a fun time. We'll be back next week. We'll do some more theorizing in the meantime. And yeah, we'll see you next time here on Lord of the Gosh, it's been a long stream. All right. We'll see you guys next time. Thanks for tuning in. Much love. See you next time on Nerd of the Rings.